You start giving him all the omni properties.
From Megabot there.
More like problematic.
But it's also with my kids, like when they ask, Daddy, can I have cake? I'm like, well, it's tea in half an hour, kiddo. So, like, what do you think you should do? You know, you ask that question, you get them to engage their brain, like, and they might want the cake right now, but they know that, you know, they need to eat their tea. They need like a healthy, well-balanced meal.
They don't understand the implications. They don't understand the implications of their actions. So,
like, that's why I asked the question. Like, I could just tell them, like, no cake, tea first. But they're of the age now where I ask them the question, like, well, what do you think you should do? Not what you want to do. What do you think you should do?
It's like a child that's playing, you know, that is like they're inside of a store with their parents and they're like, you know, 5, maybe 4 or 5 years old, and they've not yet entirely internalized the dangers of what traffic would be, and they're like running out of the store just completely lost in their own world, and then they run out into, like, you know, intersection traffic, you know, not like outside of the store, you know how like a lot of Walmarts.
I had that argument. I had, like, it was a lady who was saying, oh, there's never any good reason to raise your voice to your kid. I was like, yeah, there fucking is.
Yeah, if my child was about to run out into traffic, I'm about to scream their name, like
that's not even like a stretch. Like, I can think of numerous times where my kid's been about to do something fucking dangerous, and I've had to get them
to stick a fork in a light socket. Yeah. Like, if he's about to stick a fork in a light socket, I'm probably going to yell his name really loudly.
And does it scare them? Yes. Do they cry? Yes. But here's the thing: you can apologize for that. You can explain to them why. Are they dead? No.
Yeah. I mean. That's like, I would much rather hurt my child's feelings and then, you know, not stop them from doing things that are going to take them out, you know?
Yeah, let's see if they've got a pre-existing heart condition. Stick that fork in the socket.
Or like stick something in the microwave.
I can kind of see why they made that Lost Boys comparison. Looking at your avatar now.
Lost Boys, who, me?
Yeah, you know Lost Boys?
I've never seen the Lost Boys.
It's a vampire guy. Sutherland.
Oh, that guy. Okay, yeah, that's true. I mean, I guess my profile picture does kind of look like that.
Well, I periodically I shave my head, and when I shave my head, I usually clip my beard, and I get the Jason Statham comparison from the Americans. But I think it's more to do with the accent.
Jason Statham.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong. I mean, if I'm gonna be compared to that, that's fine.
So where my profile picture comes from is my brother. On his TikTok, he has like a social media presence, and he used AI. To make him look like a vampire, and with the same exact like little, you know, popped collar and then the snowy background. And so I just took his profile picture and then like I put it into ChatGPT, and then I took a front facing picture of me, and then I told ChatGPT to just do exactly what my brother did in that photo, just swap me with him, and then that's what it spit out. So I was like, yeah, that's dope.
Do you know what I had? It was a few years ago now, and this is in real life. This happened. It was my best friend. I was not a godparent. It wasn't a christening, but it was like a naming day. So they kind of had the ritual without the religious connotations. And one of our friends moved to the US. He married a girl who works for Hulu, but like him and a bunch of her friends there. And one of these American girls, it was the summer. I was wearing like a tight white T-shirt, and I just shaved my head and trimmed my beard. And she's, my God, you look so much like Jason Statham. You sound like him too. I was like, I do not sound like a Londoner. But anyway. She kept on saying it. She got a bit drunk. I got a bit drunk, and it was just a joke that played throughout the evening. I get home with my wife, and we're sat in bed having like just a drink, and before we get, and I said to my wife, I'm like, do I look like Jason Statham? And she laughed, went no, rolled over, and then under her breath, I heard her go, I wish. I was like,
damn.
I know, she's savage when she wants to.
I mean, Jason Statham. Let's be clear here. I think he is he's a good-looking guy.
It was well, he's a fucking athlete. Like,
yeah, because when people talk about, like, you know, like bald actors, action stars, people usually go to Bruce Willis, but I think Bruce Willis is kind of lame. Like,
as he got older, he had a bunch of health issues, and now he's not as. I think the public literally turned on him.
No, I
He's always been a bit of a.
I think what happened with him, like he did some like crazy movie decisions, like straight. What would have been if we didn't have Netflix and streaming services, they'd have been like straight to DVD movies type stuff. But obviously, he knew the whether it's true or not, but like the you know the
He
line
was
is
simply.
he was just bagging as much money as possible, like whilst he could, essentially. So he was just saying yes to fucking everything,
Yeah,
which
but
I understand.
I think like what from the stories that I hear, it wasn't necessarily that simple. What it was is like he was declining in health, and a lot of his management were signing him up for particular movies for him to act in. And there were testimonies from people who were his co-actors who were saying that like when they would talk to him or they were speaking to him, it was very clear he was not entirely sure exactly where he was. Like he didn't even know the movie that he was supposed to be doing. He just knew his lines and he would just repeat them. And that's why his speaking lines started to get shorter and shorter because he would be able to remember a lot less.
Yeah. One of his lesser known, but one of my favourite movies that he was ever in was it was a film called Last Man Standing.
Never seen it.
It's like
Never heard of it.
Yeah, it's called Night. It's like a 1920s gangster movie where the film starts with him. He's like left, like he's fled one of the big cities. He's basically like a mob enforcer.
I don't know. I'll only know him for two movies: The Fifth Element and the
Mr. Bennington, the lead singer of
80s one.
Linkin Park in there too.
He was.
Was it?
Yeah, he was in one of the movies.
Oh, I missed that.
Yeah. What's up, DeFreak?
Hey, what's up? I need to tend to some stuff in the kitchen, and I'll be right back.
Yeah, keep in mind, this server is a very old server that I've just kept open for years. I will say I'm gonna put this in the chat. This is gonna be the actual server. So if you guys want to join that anytime I go live, we're still talking that. But yeah.
Well, the last comment in the general chat thread is like from December 2025. So,
Yeah, I mean this server goes back to like what was it? 2021-ish, maybe 2020.
COVID,
yeah, maybe 2021, 2020.
It was a COVID server.
Yeah, it was one of the. Well, the thing about it is, I was doing a Berserk abridged series, so I was doing like a comedy series of this anime called Berserk, and so if anybody knows what an abridged series is, I was basically just like writing my own script for it, and then I would go through and edit. I would get voice actors from other websites, and then they would act in my abridged series, and I would edit the series around what I wrote in the script.
I'm curious, what would have been your lines when that scene comes up? You know the scene where they're like when Griffith is doing the deal.
So I actually look. I was dead. Like the first abridged series, the first abridged episode I have on my channel has 21,000 views. That was like the most views any video I've ever gotten has gotten. And then the second episode had, I think it was like 19,000 or something. So I mean, people were watching it. It's just at the time in my life, I couldn't keep up with it because it was so much of a workload. But I did have so many jokes for the Eclipse. One of them was, if you know Pippin, like that big burly black guy in the series, he was. I had a scene in there where in the Eclipse, when this monster comes through and like bites on him, in the anime, you don't really know if he's dead or not. And
I saw. I didn't watch it, but I saw the preview for it.
Yeah.
What?
Let me pull a trailer up for.
For it.
Yeah.
What?
Let me pull a trailer up for. Let me pull a trailer up for.
My voice, so I could just voice all of the lines and then swap my voice with like one of the characters of the show, and that'd be that.
So is this like a voice, like an AI?
Let me pull a trailer up.
Yeah, so it's like I would say, "I'm going to fuck you up," and then I could clone in the series their voice and swap that exact line with their voice. It's not going to sound one to one. I could
but
just
it's gonna sound close enough.
voice all of the lines
Yeah,
and then
it's
swap
good-
my
good
voice with like one of the
conveys the,
characters of the show.
Yeah.
You know, it's I done sort of like the AI voice changing. It's really freaking good. I
it
couldn't
is.
tell difference.
I've done some testing around with it, and if I really wanted to, like if I got sat down and got committed with, which I really do want to do this because Berserk is like my favorite anime of all time. It's my favorite manga. It's like my favorite piece of fiction of all time, and that is a series I want to finish.
What was that film? It must be like 20, 25 years old at this point. And it was a film that was done. It was CG. It was all computer generated. And it was like basically an asteroid slammed into the planet, and like these like spirit type, like the planet had a soul, and these spirit type animals were like roaming through. We had these domed cities with these shields and stuff.
Sounds familiar. Is that space or egg in the shell or something?
No.
Hold on. Describe it. Hold on. Describe it again.
So it was it would have been like early thousands. It was an
Or wait,
animated-
so I'm using ChatGPT right now. So
it wasn't animated. It was like CGI. So it
okay,
wasn't like
early 2000s CGI.
The humans like a chunk of another planet had smashed into the planet Earth.
A chunk
and then,
of another planet smashed.
Yeah, and they called the soul of the planet was called like Gaia. It wasn't animated.
The soul of the
Early
planet
2000s CGI
was
called
called
Gaia,
something.
and they were like these
something
ghost-like
like-
creatures were walking like they were attacking humanity.
How do you spell Gaia? Is it like G
That's a GHIA, Gaia.
HIA?
There's
And
no
then-
They and the like every time like these ghost-like creatures could like pass through solid matter, but if they passed through a human or if they touched a human, then they'd like yank the soul out of the human, and the human would drop
Okay,
dead.
so the ghost-like creatures could pass through inanimate objects. Fine, but
if they touched a human, the human
but
would
if
die.
they
Take the
touched
soul.
a human, they would
wait.
take
Spectre?
their soul.
No, it's not Spectre.
I think one
Alright.
of the voice actors
What
was
Is this series? Here,
it wasn't a
I'm gonna
series,
use-
it was a film.
Oh, whoops. Fuck. Hold on. What is this? I'm going to
I
identify.
I think one of the voice actors was the guy
Final
Buscemi.
Fantasy Spirits Within 2001.
Lift up and pull
Oh
here.
yeah, that sounds about right actually.
It's not a TV series, but a CGI movie. The soul of the planet was called Gaia, and the ghost-like aliens were called phantoms. They came to Earth through a meteor fragment from their destroyed planet, could phase through objects, and killed humans by consuming and removing their spirit.
Yeah, that's it.
Hold on, let me see. Oh, wait. Final Fantasy, The Spirits Within.
Yeah, there we go. There it is.
Oh,
but
this
I
is
remember
it.
watching- Yeah, that's it. Final Fantasy: The Spirits Within. I remember watching it at the time, and I remember thinking like
AI is so fucking sorry, John, but AI is so fucking cool. It's like your buddy that
And
knows
just check me,
everything.
is one of the voice actors Buscemi?
And it is the next thing to God.
Buscemi? Steve Buscemi?
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
Steve
it
Buscemi.
is. Steve
Yeah.
Buscemi. Hey, he
Yeah, I
used to
thought
be
it
one
was.
of my favorite actors. I loved him in Monsters Inc. as a Randall.
Mhm.
He was the lizard. But yeah, that's fucking dope. This looks cool. I'll have to watch this.
Oh look, there's your dad, Donald Sutherland.
Donald, where? This one?
There you go. No,
The guy from 24.
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck that is.
It
Where?
was a TV show.
Did
My
you just say
dad.
you've never heard of the TV series 24?
Yeah, I've never heard of that.
Fucking hell, you're young.
Yeah.
Look, I will say here recently, I recently just finished Neon Genesis Evangelion. If you have not
That shit's
watched that,
dope.
yeah, if you haven't watched it, go fucking watch it, dude. It is. I'm gonna have my girlfriend watch it with me, because she watched Berserk with me and she liked it.
You know, as a theist, that is like one of the most like theist anime out there.
Dude,
Because
I'm telling you, I don't know why I am so attracted to anime or media that incorporate Christian themes. But like for some reason that movie spoke to me in such a weird way. It was so like it just pulled in my soul, and the ending for sure. I noticed all of the Christian themes plus the names of the angels, plus they were called angels. Dude, that show is 10 out of 10. So
yeah,
good.
but like because it talks about like Christianity, but like it presents it as like the bad ending because it's about leaving your individuality. Yeah,
Yeah.
but
Maybe-
Shinji rejects
maybe-
that and accepts his individuality. So he's like, forget about this paradise which the elites want, in which there is no pain, and we all share this one consciousness. Because
Yeah, dude,
that's
I'm
what.
not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie that the ending. What's up, Robin? The ending for sure confused the hell out of me. Like I was so confused whenever
Do you think if we
ending.
do you think if we could find some Christian-based hentai tentacle porn, I'd feel less guilty when I watch it?
There's plenty of it. But yeah, no, Neon Genesis Evangelion, like the I forgot what I was saying. But anyway, all I'm saying is like when I watched it, it definitely it was crazy, dude. Like the amount of like at first
Robin.
I tried to watch it, couldn't continue it because I felt like it was a little bit boring. Then I came back to it. And I told myself, I was like, all right, it's only 26 episodes. I'm gonna finish it. But the ending confused the fuck out of me. I had to go watch other videos, and then I finally watched the end of Evangelion. And then I understood that the ending of the TV show was the same ending as the one that was in the movie. It was just you were showed two different perspectives. One that was internal to Shinji and one that was external to Shinji. And once I realized that, I was like, "Oh, this makes way more sense." The end of Evangelion showed what was happening to the world from the world's perspective, whereas the end of the world was still happening just inside of Shinji's mind. And then they had the weird congratulations, like that. I was like, what
Yeah.
the fuck?
Have you
I'm
seen
convinced-
the Alex Jones clip explaining Neon
Yeah,
Genesis?
I have. I've seen that.
Like,
most of the anime stuff sort of skip me by. I don't know if it's like an English or British thing. Like,
oh, you're missing
we-
out,
we
man.
had-
You're missing
well, we
out, dude.
had-
There's so much media out there that is so good.
I mean, we had
Watch-
like a bit of Dragon Ball Z, and obviously everybody had Pokemon because that was like a global like thing. But like,
Well, whenever I was with my foster parents, they said that the Pokemon was of the devil.
Yeah. Well, there's anime which is like entertainment for kids, but then there's anime which is elevated to the level of art, and that's where
Yeah.
Neon Genesis.
Well,
like-
I believe Neon Genesis, isn't it Shonen? It might be Seinen.
It was probably, I don't think he had like a slot on the Shonen Jump.
Okay,
'Cause,
yeah, it's fundamentally a Seinen. Okay, so it's in the same ranking as something like Berserk, because Berserk is a Seinen as well. So
Have you
yeah,
have you ever watched Paranoia Agent? I think that's what
no,
you-
I haven't.
yeah. You gotta watch Paranoia Agent. It's gonna give you not quite the same, but it's almost on the same level as
Yeah,
Neon
I
Genesis.
also watched Monster, which if you've ever like I don't know if you ever seen
Oh yeah,
Monster.
seen it 50 episodes, right?
So no, it's 74.
74. Jeez,
Yeah.
it's been a while since I've seen it.
Yeah, but Monster is so good. I've seen that one. That one also is it's like psychological.
is
Goes
there like
into-
an authenticity thing in the community? Like, is the older stuff considered like
Yes.
you get like anime purists?
Yeah,
who, like,
yeah, you
think
definitely
shit
have
is not
purists
shit?
that view older anime as better, which I wouldn't say I'm all the way in that camp, but I would say
is.
I'm halfway in, halfway out.
I am in that camp. It is objectively better. I see like because like I have an extensive collection of like anime laserdiscs.
It's objectively better.
Okay,
Yeah,
wait,
'cause,
Darth, what do you think? What do you think of My Hero then?
I have not seen it. Because
Okay.
like anything comes out of anything after 2016 or 2015, I won't watch it.
Attack on Titan?
I seen it. It was good action anime.
Yeah.
What did you
yeah,
what did you guys think of the Ghost in the Shell movie with
I haven't seen it. I need to watch
I-
it, but I haven't seen it.
Watch the show. The show's a lot better because it plays out like 24 in a way. Because it's more about the mundaneness about being in like a anti-terrorist group
Yeah.
rather than like.
What do you think about Hajime no Ippo?
I didn't actually seen that. I seen like little like few episodes here and there, but I wouldn't say I seen it.
It's so good, so good. The dub is a little. You definitely don't want to watch it dubbed, because it's very wonky. But the entire series, it's like 3 seasons. It was the thing that actually got me into boxing. I love
I-
Hajime no Ippo. Let's see. I mean, Berserk, obviously, that's one of the goats.
Yeah.
I think any anime connoisseur is gonna love Berserk. There are some people who talk shit about the 1997 anime, but I mean, even with all of its faults, it's still a masterpiece.
The 1997 is probably like the best one.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's most people who are raised up not on like older anime like us, but more so, they started watching shit like Black Clover and like the newer like Fire Force and whatchamacallit, what's that one with all of the samurais that can do water breathing and shit.
Did you know what the little bit that I've watched, the bit that always like breaks it for me, like obviously it's animated, but the bit that always breaks it for me is these ridiculous superhuman like feats that these guys get capable. Like
Yeah, go watch Food Wars.
Yeah. Well,
Food
yeah,
Wars
because
is a crazy one.
yeah, because a lot anime is all over the place. You do get like a bunch of this that's shonen. I think you're talking about shonen like Naruto and
Yeah,
DBZ.
yeah. Yeah, like a bunch of ass poles. I think Seinen is definitely it. Like the way they characterize the anime is like who the demographic is for. So shonen would be for it's generally going to be for like teenage kids to adults. Whereas Seinen is going to be like catered more towards like an adult audience.
Was you remember the kids TV series called Thundercats? Would that have been considered anime? Was that?
No, that's like Western.
Right.
It's the same thing. It's same thing as like Avatar: The Last Airbender. That's one that some people do want to characterize as an anime because it's very anime-esque. But at the end of the day, anime is what?
Well, I remember watching the Thundercats. Like originally when it came to the UK, it was dubbed because it was a Japanese like kids TV program. And then eventually it became so popular in the West, they started making it specifically so it wasn't like quote unquote dubbed. They did independent episodes, but I remember there was it was in the news at the time because they were instructed, or the broadcasters weren't allowed to broadcast certain light frequencies because it induced epileptic seizures in kids.
Yeah, it's weird.
There was one episode of Thundercats where they missed it. They accidentally introduced this like frequency, like this light frequency, this flashing sequence.
Yeah, I remember that.
And it caused like an epidemic of seizures across the world.
So when I looked this up, Thundercats is generally considered a hybrid American cartoon rather than a traditional anime. While the writing, voice acting, and production were handled in the United States, the actual animation for both 1985 original and the 2000 reboot was outsourced to Japanese studios.
I think I think Silverhawks. I'm not sure you ever heard of that cartoon.
Silverhawks.
Yeah, it's like almost. It's got like it's anime-esque, and it's like from like the 80s. I think it was animated in Japan, or at least by Japanese, because like the animation is pretty good. For, like,
this looks pretty cool.
Yeah, it's like you can definitely see like the anime influence.
Yeah, for sure. This looks cool.
You know, I think Dad Knows Best would like the anime Monster because it's very down to earth.
Yeah,
and more.
it's like a slice of life, but like is slice of life, is that considered like something that's supposed to be positive? Because what I consider that to be is like it's kind of like you could imagine the scenario that happened in Monster to actually happen in real life. Like you could concoct a scenario where this would actually happen.
Well, it's part of a drama, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like a drama, psychological, detective style anime.
Oh, that sounds good.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
real, dude. It's one of those series that the author intentionally leaves a lot of stuff to be questioned, so it like makes you ponder. It's not something that completely gives you all of the answers.
Well,
The
I
ending
was,
is some people consider the ending as unsatisfying, but I thought I liked it.
well, I always like slightly grittier side of stuff. Like you remember the TV
Yeah,
series like Heroes?
Heroes.
You
I've
know,
never heard of that.
oh my god, you are a fucking child. Heroes is the Heroes is it was a great TV series in that like
2006, huh?
yeah, humans started spontaneously developed like a next stage of human evolution. They started developing these abilities, and there was like this company slash agency basically started hunting them down to try and like contain them. But the thing about it is like the concept of like an Ubermensch superhuman always seemed like to coincide with like this high like virtue, like a moral superiority, like the concept of Superman, you know.
Yeah,
But these were just real people that all of a sudden started developing these fucking insane abilities, and obviously some of them were good, some of them were bad, some of them were indifferent. You know,
that's
it's
cool.
just a really good series.
Yeah, I love series with like concepts that are pretty unique. That sounds like a unique,
Hmm.
sort of concept where you just have random people, just garnering these powers. I like series that are like tied to the weird, like supernatural, crazy, like mysterious, ominous beings that are happening in the background. Um, that sort of stuff I like. Like that's why I like Monster, Berserk. Um, what else? I mean, I don't know if you ever seen a Vampire Hunter D, Darth Uranus. You ever seen that
Yeah.
one? Yeah,
Yeah.
dude. You like Bloodlust?
Uh, yes. You ever seen Hellsing? Hellsing Ultimate?
Yeah.
Pretty sure you've
Well,
seen
I
it.
haven't seen it all, but I've seen bits and pieces.
Well, you gotta finish. It's really good.
Yeah. Vampire Hunter D. I mean, I watched the OG, like the one that came out in like the 80s, and it was all right. It wasn't too bad. But then when I watched Bloodlust, I was like, oh, this is a good movie. This
Yeah,
is a
the
really
Bloodlust. Definitely the animation like is
top
way better.
tier. Top tier. I've never seen an anime look that fucking good, dude. Like
Yeah.
the scene where the vampire, I forgot his name, the vampire that D was like going after to try and save him from the princess because he didn't know that they were actually in love. But when he stepped out of the hearse to try and protect her, and he was out in the sun, and the fucking flames and sparks were shooting off of him. I was like, hold on. Actually, I'm gonna pull this up on stream. Hold on.
Of course, you're gonna put something up on stream just as I close the fucking window. Thank you, Josie.
Bloodlust.
Move that mouse from the right side of my screen to the left hand side of the fucking window.
Let's see.
That's what problems. Eh?
Who was it?
Now I'm gonna have to wait for it because the lag on there.
Yeah, Meyer Link. That was the guy in the Bloodlust. Let's see.
Well, I am gonna have to drop. I've got to go and collect some furniture. I've only got a time slot in which I can collect it, and my wife's fairly insistent that she wants this piece of IKEA crap, so I'm gonna go and get it.
It's nice seeing you. Nice seeing you, John.
Yeah.
See you, Mike.
Yeah. Thanks for the chat, guys. It was. See you,
Yes,
mate.
sir. I'm gonna try to stream more often, so hopefully you'll be able to.
Please do. Please, yeah, absolutely. Of course, Joseph. You and I, we have some great chats.
Yes, for sure.
Always enjoy spending time with you in this digital space.
Yeah, so it's awesome.
And to the theists that I can't duel with on a regular basis, enjoy spending time with them as well. You know. It's,
yeah, Darth Uranus seems like one of the good ones. So
yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Like prepared to engage. as opposed to playing like word games, which is nice. So
Yeah. I do have that the Bloodlust pulled up on stream. God, it looks so fucking good, dude. It looks so good. This was when anime was at its peak.
But I always like these like high collars, you know, like my winter coat has got a nice high collar on it that I almost always have turned up. I love that aesthetic.
Yeah,
the
vampire.
The contrast is really good.
Yeah,
it remind you ever seen the movie anime called Memories? It's like from the guys who did Akira. You know.
Oh shit! Like did Akira?
Yeah, so it has really good animation. I think this was like back in like early '90s. So you know, it's got that sort of like Cowboy Bebop high.
Yeah. So what's it called?
Memories.
Hey yo. Hey yo.
Hey, was that who's that? Was that you?
It's just
the freak.
That's the freak.
This one.
Yo.
Oh shit! It looks so cool.
Love the tag there, Captain Coyote.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I never like you asked me. I never explained my my Discord tag, did I? Axel84 is my gamer tag on all of my game on all of the platforms that I game on, and the reason that I have because my surname's Foley. You guys familiar with the film Beverly Hills Cop?
Yeah.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah. Well, obviously he's like played by
Axel F.
Yeah, because obviously his name was Axel Foley and my surname's Foley, but I'm like a whiter than white Irishman. So of course they called me Axel immediately because Eddie Murphy played Beverly Hills Cop, who's like the blackest man. You know, so I got called Axel immediately as like an ironic name because I'm definitely not black. It just stuck. So
it could be Axel Rose.
Well, it could be, but it's not.
Yeah. Could be Axel Rose.
Maybe I should rebrand.
You could be covered in peanut butter. I'm covered in peanut butter.
I sent you a friend request there, Sean.
Get the dog.
God, that guy that went on Taco Stream and was covered in peanut butter. That was insane.
Isn't that the guy that was like he was licking fly paper?
Yeah,
like
the fly paper. Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Cool. Well, on that note, I'm gonna have to go. Otherwise, I'm not gonna get this this furniture.
See you, John. Let us know how the body full of.
And she doesn't have this furniture to assemble this afternoon.
Let us know how a full body of peanut paper or peanut butter feels.
I don't think I'm going to have that experience anytime soon. Just the cleanup sounds like it might be too much hassle.
Yeah, entirely not fun at all.
Feels like you need a shower. That's what it feels like.
Even if you had a shower, the oils that was on the peanut butter would just like it would be like I'm not going to say it's hydrophobic, but I mean it's going to like be very difficult for you to remove that.
Honestly, that guy, I said it at the time, that guy looked like he crawled out of a fucking septic tank. And the thing that worries me the most is that he's going to have to have thrown away his like chair, right? I mean, he was sat down. Like,
in the video, wait, was he sat down in the video?
I think so. Like, I didn't watch it back, but as far as I could, like, I assume he was sat down.
No, he was stood up when he was on stream. He was stood up. Yeah.
So he wasn't that delusional then. He had the presence of mind not to sit in his favorite
Someone donated or someone commented in Taco's Reddit and they said, "Hey, now it's time to sit down in your favorite chair." I think it was UG.
That was it. Yeah. Just UG eating. He got to my own thought before I did.
Yeah.
Right. On that note, I'm gonna have to go. I'll catch you guys later. It's been fun.
All right. See you, man.
I heard Minar showed up over at Tacos the other day. Did you have
I seen Minar on there. He was doing his normal, like obnoxious stick.
So he hasn't calmed down at all, huh?
No. He's still playing the same character.
Well, what is Minar?
He's a Muslim, but he's like a Muslim debater, and he plays like a character when he comes on Taco stream as like he just insults everybody, and it's basically like an asshole the whole time. but he does it for his audience because he streams to like 5 people,
Well,
if that.
it's
You know, got to start somewhere, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's I can imagine if he like got more followers that this would appeal to somebody. You know, somebody would like this. Because he does it good. You know, he's not bad at it. He's just an asshole to everybody on stream. But he's got to be if he wants to do what?
I said
Does
crash
he
test
like? Does he
Muslim.
want?
Yeah.
Does he want to like? Is he like planning to become like the next big Muslim debater?
I think that's what he's trying to be. He wants to be a Hikikachu.
Mm.
But I don't think Minar.
He's Daniel? Like a fat Pokemon.
Yes, Daniel Hikikachu.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Daniel Hikikachu. He's a Muslim debater. He debated
now I
and stuff.
remember. Yeah. I remember now.
He also debated Andrew Wilson.
You know, I actually debated Hikikachu. I haven't uploaded it, but I do have it.
Oh shit! You did?
Yeah. And like
what happened?
Well, he was taking the position, and I got him to admit that he believes in evolution because I don't believe the Abrahamic religions to be creationists, so I usually just call them out on that. But like because he was like, you know, Daniel Hikikachu has a bit of an ego, and so he likes to flaunt. Yeah, he likes to flaunt his PhD, and so I basically ask him one question, and he folds because you know I ask him like he makes the statement that all dogs, you know, all dogs evolve from like whatever dog they believe came out of the ark. And so I just simply ask him, if you believe that, okay, just give me one transitional because you made the claim. And he just like basically just refuses and then kicks me out. But that's the clip I want from him because I want to expose that these people are not actually creationists.
Well, I don't know. Any debate, like I've seen him debate with Andrew Wilson, and it was bad. I mean, Andrew Wilson a lot of times is going to do a lot of research on his opponent and understand like the attacks he needs to, like rhetorically, he needs to point out to make him look bad, and he definitely did. Because I think, if I'm not mistaken, Hikikachu was biting some bullets that seemed to really, like he was saying, yeah, of course, it would make sense that, like other countries, like low IQ countries, believe in God more. It's because they're further from their reason and they're leaning on God for their reasoning, essentially.
Yeah, like Andrew, I think I've seen that debate on MDD. Like he does get Daniel. Yeah, he does get Daniel with like the PDF stuff and the cousin, you know, bucking.
Yeah, the cousin stuff. Yeah.
But the thing is, like, under the Andrew's worldview, the same things apply. And Daniel Hikikachu can't like snap it and put it together. That if we all come from Adam and Eve, it's incest all the way down. like
yeah. I mean, Hikikachu, I don't think expected to go up against someone who's as rhetorically sound as Andrew Wilson. I've seen him do poorly. Like, don't get me wrong. Like way back in the day, whenever he was debating against Danny Phil Talk, Danny, he was like having a field day with Andrew, and Andrew just could not understand exactly what an argument was, which was really funny. But he seemed to have learned since then, so that's good.
Yeah, I think like Andrew's most effective against like atheist liberals. Like you have to be a liberal and an atheist. He's really good at that.
And not only that, I don't think him nor Jim Bob talk much. I mean, I guess they do still talk about religion, but they don't debate it. They've moved on to like political stuff. Like Andrew Wilson is big on politics. He doesn't talk more about religion because, I mean, with religion, it doesn't really go anywhere, especially if someone is like, you know, super religious.
Well, that and they can't defend it. This is why, like Andrew Wilson will always pull that move. Well, I'm just going to grant it. And again, what that simply means is we're not going to talk about my worldview. We're just going to focus on yours.
Well, I do the. I mean, I do the granting stuff as well. Like there are a lot of things, and my intention for that for granting stuff is that I realize that 95% of the things that are trying to be brought up are entirely tangential, meaning that they don't actually tie to the core point that's trying to um the existence of God. You have so many Christians that try to go into these theological debates, and they're trying to use the Bible verses to refute God, and they're trying to get people on theology. And my tactic is like, let's say I grant every single one of your points. Like I grant that Jesus existed, that he was crucified and he died and rose from the dead. Like, let's say I grant that to you. How are you getting from there to God? Just grant it. Fuck it.
No, I don't know. I
Let's
don't know
stop
what
doing
he's
these
mad about.
tangential debates.
Well, let's say
Let me see
I
your
popped up
inference
on one Cynic stream one fucking time, maybe 2 times. Okay, I've been on stream with all
they
of
can
these
never
people.
they can never show the work. They can never actually do like each the equation step by step.
Yeah.
Because
no one ever does that. Like no
Yeah.
one ever grants them that. And anytime that I've ever done that, which I'm not going to take full accountability,
What am I supposed to
credit
do?
for that. Like
Rip
I've seen
that
other
midget up by
debaters
his
use the
little,
same
like the
tactic.
scruff of his shirt, and like shake the money, turn him upside down, and shake the coins out of his pocket, and then punt him.
It stopped becoming about let's talk about the Bible verses, but let's now talk about one of the best proofs that you got, like evidential proofs that you got for the existence of God, and let me grant it. And once I do that, it just kind of shows the flaw in their argument. But I am curious. I will say this, Darth. Do you defend the existence of God, or do you have a defense for it, or is it more just
No,
I believe on faith?
No, I do have a defense because like I can actually defend against evolution, because like the Christians, they cannot defend against evolution because they must, by their own mythology, support it because it's in their mythology. So
Yeah.
they can actually present an objection towards it. I can from a true creationist standpoint.
Well, if it's evolution that you're arguing against, I'm more so saying, do you have a defense for the or at least a positive argument for the existence of God? Not necessarily about evolution, because even if you disprove evolution, that doesn't prove
It
the
could be
existence.
aliens.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wouldn't necessarily follow. I mean, yes, I used to I also, because like I think it starts off how we define God, because like the Christians will define. Sorry, I got street racing over here.
I thought it was a
I think
tornado siren.
No, there's always like freaking street racing in the same. I don't know why. Because like I think it starts off with how we define God, because like the Christians define God as some sort of like a Superman Jew, and this presents like the God is some sort of dying old man up there in the sky, and they actually believe this is the case. They think like heaven is somewhere, it has some sort of locality within the universe, maybe in another dimension, but it's still there somewhere. And two, when I say God, what I'm saying is it is the mind which generates the reality. So, and we kind of ask the person how is a virtual reality created? Well, we know a virtual reality is created from the computation of a computer, the quote unquote thinking of a computer. And so, if we know how a virtual or a false reality is created, why would we think that our reality is constructed any other way? Well, why would we think there's like gears and springs? You ever seen that episode of Rick and Morty when they go into who's the name of the husband?
I'm not sure. I mean, I've seen a little bit of Rick and Morty, but I haven't seen a whole lot of it.
There's like the dad of Morty, and his
I know
his
what you're
dad
talking
is
about.
yeah, and like they go into his mind and everything, and according to his mind, the whole universe is made out of cogs and springs, and this is the hilarity of it. That this is the foundations, but like
Yeah.
but like how we know a real reality is created, how we get the vector, how we get the three-dimensional space. Well, we understand that computing, there must be some sort of logic behind it. That's what generates it. So I'm basically talking about simulation theory. But instead of the simulation being rendered by a computer, it's rendered by a mind because it doesn't have any components. So I usually start off with that, like that is God.
Wait, so God is the thing that is causing is basically the turner of the springs and the
No,
gears.
it's saying that that reality isn't based on like cogs and springs. That what is fundamental to reality is the quote unquote computing. That is what generates the virtual reality of a computer. So what is generating the quote unquote what is the fundamentals of our reality would be the thinking done by God, of course. It would be done by computer.
Well, I mean, I don't necessarily think that gets you to God. I mean, if
Yeah,
you're, if
I
it's
usually start
it's
to
a weird,
like
is this like an abductive argument or is this like a deductive argument?
no, that's just to like set up what is God, right? To set up
Yeah. Okay.
what
Okay.
is being denied.
Okay. You're saying that God is like the one that
Yeah, so like
it's not
because
built up by like cogs and springs and stuff like that. It's like there is a mind that is essentially the computer that is running the programs, and that's
yes,
how
so
everything is instantiated.
yeah, and this is to like undercut this idea that God can come down. Because like you usually hear like this a lot from atheists, like, well, if God is real, why doesn't he come down? Well, if you understood the definition I just gave you of God, this is a illogical request. That's like saying
Okay.
because
Uh,
it would be akin to saying like, let's say we're both like Minecraft characters in in the game Minecraft, and you tell and you're like a computer denying atheist Minecraft character, and you ask me, well, if this computer exists, why don't you ask this computer come down? Well, it would be like an absurd request.
yeah. It's okay. All right. So if that's your conception of God, then what is your argument for the existence of this God? Like how are you showing that this God is a
Well,
true thing?
reality, there is a reality. Reality exists, right? Now the question then becomes, why is there a reality? And well, we know how reality is created from the things we do from computers. So
Oh
we
wait,
understand.
wait. So reality exists,
Yes,
and we know this
how
reality exists, or how
and
this reality.
and we know how realities are made, and that's a key point right there. Because we do know how realities are made. They're
Well,
made
we
to
know how virtual realities are made.
yeah. But this the thing is like there's no reason to think otherwise because we can't make a reality out of just cogs and springs like in Rick and Morty or
So we
hot
know
dogs.
this. We know how realities are made. Actually, translates to we know how virtual realities are made.
Well, no, is we know how virtual realities are made, therefore
Hmm.
we know how reality is made.
No. You can't make that jump. That's not that. Like I don't know how you're getting there. Like it
N-
just because there is something that we can um
No,
like check this out. We know how to imitate the taste of an apple, right? Inside of like we know how like we can sit down and actually create like the taste of an apple, but we
yeah, but
don't know,
it's a-
like, if ontologically we don't know all the way down how an apple is made. We know that things are being we know things are there are laws that we are describing with our words, but we don't know fundamentally how that thing is instantiated, like depending
no,
on how far the explanation is going.
no, we would say we know how an apple is made through we don't actually know like there's DNA, but we can't actually
Yeah.
recreate
Yeah,
life.
yeah, but that's what I'm saying is like going like depending on how far the explanation goes back, the explanation is eventually going to get somewhere where we're like, okay, there's an answer we don't have questions for.
But
Or I mean,
no,
there's questions that we don't have answers for. Sorry. But like when you say we know how virtual realities are made, like we know how to do these things called like making experiences that we're describing as virtual realities, but reality, like the reality around us, that's like a separate thing than the experience being had inside of a VR.
Okay.
Well, like what the thing is like the experience you're talking about. What you're experiencing is three-dimensional space. So what I'm saying is we know how to make three-dimensional space. We know you don't make three-dimensional space from like cogs and springs or hot dogs. How you get three-dimensional space is from the process of computation, from logic.
Wait, but this is hold on. I don't even need to write that down. But this is like you're making like this weird logical jump that you're saying we know how to make things that appear to be 3D by making 3D shapes.
No, the question is how do we make those 3D shapes to begin with?
Is how do we make those 3D shapes to begin with? Now, when you say how there, like the how, what the thing that you're questioning is what?
Well, the thing is, how we get those 3D shapes to begin with is through the computer generating those 3D shapes, and it's generating those 3D shapes via some sort of a bunch of logic. Of course, I couldn't do this computation myself, but we understand there's logic that ultimately leads you to the 3D shape. Like what is happening within the silicon of the computer is just it's simulated thinking. It's computing. So it's just doing a
So
bunch of logic gates.
Yeah,
the
you're creating
computer.
a digital mathematical equation, but you're not actually creating a.
Hold on. The computer generates 3D and
Through
you're jump
through
through math, we'll say that.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then that's the only way
So we understand
we
that math.
know to
Yeah.
make 3D shapes.
Yeah.
Wait, but like, okay, so the argument is the computer generates 3D through math, and that's the only way we know how to make 3D shapes.
That's the only logical way. You couldn't do 3D shapes through, slamming gears and cogs together.
I
You
mean, I can
couldn't
make
make 3D.
3D. I can make a picture that appears to be 3D uh on a piece of paper with a pencil.
Yeah, but
I mean,
that's
I
just
can.
that's just clever wording.
Well, sure. I mean, it would be a 2D shape that I'm drawing an image of what a 3 shape would look like. But like on a computer, I like there's like I guess this jump is so great to me that it's kind of breaking my brain as to how you're jumping between these two, that we witness a computer generate 3D through math. That's the only way we know how 3D shapes are made. So you're drawing an inference from that to then the world, the 3D world that is around us is instantiated by a mind that would be akin to a computer.
Well, I'm trying to figure like if because you do when you say what do you mean when you say reality? I guess
Hold on, I mean that's a let me see a good definition.
because when I say reality, I just mean that like space and space and time basically.
Well,
That's
reality, based off of this definition, which I think is pretty apt, it says reality is the sum total of things, events, and phenomena that actually exist.
exists within space and time because it exists would just mean within space and time because you
What is
couldn't
Well,
have
yeah,
phenomenon?
reality, right? What?
What is phenomenon?
I think
Phenomena
something
would
occurring. I think
be yeah, an observable event, fact, or circumstance.
Interesting.
Yeah, so that's all it's saying. This is getting cut off, so let me.
yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, that's how I would describe what reality is. But if you're like, I could say I don't know how reality is made. I could take agnostic position on that, where I just don't have the knowledge to know how it was made. I just know it was because I exist inside of it, or it was made, or not necessarily made, but reality exists because I'm existing inside of it.
But this, the thing, you know how a virtual reality is made. So
Yeah,
you know
but
how
that doesn't. I know how a virtual four-dimensional cube would be made as well. That doesn't necessarily mean that like that cube is actually like a real thing, or like I could like I can know that how a unicorn would be made inside of a computer.
yeah,
That
but
doesn't necessarily.
but the thing is, like, if you know that's a way to do it, why would you think there would be any other explanation or
Okay, but you
otherwise?
I can't say that there's no logical incompatibility in the universe not being made by a mind. So there's no like logical inconsistency there. Just
So
because
I
I don't
mean,
know how like I can't like it's not logically inconsistent that a mind did not create the universe, or the universe was created at all, or reality.
What 3D space?
well, well, I think he's talking about like an infinite universe, like
Well, I mean
the
that's I
universe
mean
where it's
yeah, I mean
always been
like
there.
yeah, if like if you're saying how this is how we make reality, no, this is how we make a representation of what we think reality is, or like the experience that's around us. Like, so it's just a recreation of the experience around us that does not necessitate that that's how the thing was made. Um, I mean, so I think there's a jump that you're making.
Well,
That
no, it's like it's not a jump. It's like if we know how this is made, right? Then like then the lower should be represented by the higher, so it would just be a reflection of that. It wouldn't be any different.
well, what are you talking about? I mean, I'm saying, look, what I'm saying is there's obviously a difference between virtual reality and actual reality. Like
Yeah,
we can recognize that there is a difference between those two things.
yeah.
Just because we in the difference between the virtual reality and the actual reality is a human creation, is like a human instantiated thing that is happening, that is
No,
trying to represent the things that are around us.
no. I'm just saying like the method. It's the method by which it is the same. So like if we know this is the method that we can get this virtual reality, why would the method to get our reality be any different?
What?
So like
Well, hold on. That's a
to
you're saying
to
why would it? I mean, you would
to
like asking why wouldn't it is saying I don't have another explanation for how this
no
could be
like
the case. So you're
but
making
it
a jump to God.
but no, it's like it's kind of like the burden of proof kind of now shifts to like the atheist to
No,
reject
because
it
if
because
because well, not necessarily, because if you're actually, I'm not even not necessarily. It actually isn't the case that the burden of proof shifts onto the atheist if you can't think of another option. That's just that's just a lack of your imagination.
yeah
That's not like
because
something. I'm saying, like, if you were in a public debate, right, or an academic debate where they were going to hold you to the same standards of any other academic. Um, and you had a positive argument for the existence of God, if your argument introduced a question, meaning like the way that you're demonstrating your God is true through questioning the other person, you're not going to be taken as seriously, because arguments don't require questions. Arguments are a set of premises that lead to a conclusion.
yeah, I mean, you know, it would fall from the premises. Like premise one, we know
Okay, wait,
how
wait.
a virtual.
Actually, I want to write this down. All right. Sorry, I'm not trying to be an asshole with you. I'm just holding
No,
you
no,
to
no.
a similar
Yeah, no.
standard that I would anybody
Yeah,
else.
you know, you're like one of the few atheists that doesn't get triggered. So that's a
I
bonus.
this is my fun time, like, when I'm debating, like, I debate with my dad, so this is, like, my I enjoy this, so it's no hard feelings or anything.
I'm pretty sure this is like maybe like the first time you ever heard about this conception of God, because like most theists are gonna give you like this silly man in the sky
Yeah,
conception of God.
yeah, so, you said premise 1 is.
Premise one, we know how a virtual reality is created.
virtual reality is created. Premise 2.
Premise 2, we exist within a reality.
Is there a third premise?
I mean, I could throw one in. Just throw this in there for like premise 3. There's no reason to think that realities are created any other way. Conclusion: there is a God who generates all reality, because it would be a performative contradiction to not have a God.
Wait, so and then conclusion, therefore
God.
There is a God. Yeah, there is a God which is generating our reality.
There
because it can't
is
be.
a God who is generating our reality.
Yeah, because I mean,
Okay.
it would be a performative contradiction to not have for there to be a reality and not have something rendering it into existence. I mean, we could get into the whole eternal universe, but I don't believe it. I mean,
It's
you
actually
can argue
not
that.
bad. I think
Well, you think
premise 3 kind of screws it up, but it's not bad. And the only thing is, like, it's not a mathematical equation from God's standpoint, but when you say rendering it, it kind of is like that. So I like it.
Yeah.
yeah, so again,
I'm not.
so
I'm not.
I'll start by going premise by premise. We exist. We have no reason to think realities are created any. Okay, so I want to be clear. So this isn't a valid argument, simply because of the wording. So, you have we know how a virtual reality is created. We exist within a reality. We have no reason to think realities are created any other way. Therefore, there is a God who is generating reality. So you would need a premise here, or like changing like a premise around to show that like to connect between how the reality was created and then that God is generating a reality. So like premise 1, we know how a virtual reality is created. That doesn't tell us. Go
I
ahead.
mean, do you agree with it? Do you agree? Like, do you? I'm guessing you agree with all the premises except premise 3.
I mean, if I'm going to be charitable here, not to be an asshole, I'm just going to be charitable here and like take for granted what I think you're trying to say. So we'll just do that. But we know how a virtual reality is created. I agree. We exist within a reality. I agree. Premise that we have no reason to think realities are created any other way. I disagree with this only because if you tacked on something like we have no other reason to think virtual realities are created any other way, I would entirely agree with this, but then this also wouldn't follow.
Okay, I got a good
but
premise 3 replacement.
Sure.
Reality is created by a mind.
You want to say we have no reason to think realities are not created by a mind?
Reality is created.
It can't be valid. Premise 1 and 3 have a qualifier on what type of realities, and then premise 2 is talking about reality like simpliciter, any type of reality. It can't be valid.
Oh, what's up, nobody?
Well, that's why I say virtual reality.
So 1 and 3 would be the same if you put that in there.
Because due to your induction of virtual realities being exclusive to virtual realities, that means you can't infer to the overarching entirety of all possible realities or something like that.
That's exactly what I was trying to tell him earlier, is that just because we know how virtual realities are created doesn't mean we know how reality is created, because virtual reality is just a human conception of what we experience in our daily life, which we're trying to recreate reality. That does not necessarily mean that because we know how that's created, then we can infer from that we also know how reality is created.
What about
and then
all reality is created for premise 3? Is that the same thing?
Well, then wait. If you say all reality is created, then you would have to substantiate that claim. Like you would, the burden of proof would be on you to show that.
We can make a premise 3. Virtual realities are created by logic, math logic. It's the same thing here. So virtual realities are created through logic. There's no other reason to think that our reality is created by a
So
different
that's
method.
premise 4.
No, we're replacing premise 3.
Yeah, no, but okay. So you said virtual reality is created through logic, and then also inside of premise 3, we have no other reason to think. Well, wait, but why wouldn't we just make that premise 4? Because that's like you're trying to establish like you
we
wouldn't
could.
want to like premise 3. A premise is not going to be like. I mean, I guess you really wanted to. You could like have like multiple
No,
sentences instead of. But
yeah,
okay.
Doesn't matter.
So
Make a premise 4.
yeah, virtual reality is created through logic and math. We'll say that too. And then premise 4 is what?
There's no reason to think any other method would generate a reality.
No reason to think any other method would be used to generate reality. Yeah, again, you're falling into the same problem. I mean, you're just saying there's like you're inferring from this fake pseudo reality that we've created. You're inferring from there that that's how that reality is made, but that's a jump that you haven't substantiated. Like this isn't valid. These don't follow.
Reality is relative. Premise 3.
That was like.
Well, I mean, I don't know.
Premise 4 seems to say that our universe is inside a computer.
Well, it's saying that the computer is akin to God's mind. Like God's mind is essentially like the computer that is generating the reality that's around us.
The computer is material. God is immaterial.
So no, premise 4 is basically asking like, if reality isn't generated through logic, then what is it generated through? Because the problem is you can't replace it with anything else, because it will be a performative contradiction.
The logic is fine. The logic is fine.
Yeah, because
the problem is that we have a physical substrate for a virtual reality, and we have an immaterial mind for the supposed reality.
Yeah, the virtual reality would already the virtual reality is created inside of our already existing physical reality. Like that virtual reality is built inside of the reality that you're trying to explain.
No, it's through the method. So the method is logic. That's the method.
Listen. 1 second. You're trying to give an explanation for the existence of the real reality, like not the virtual one. You're trying to give an explanation for why the real reality exists, but the virtual reality exists inside of the real reality, so it's bound by any sort of laws that are made or that are governing that one. The thing that you're trying to explain is the existing reality. You're not trying to explain like you keep appealing to the virtual reality and showing how we have constructed it, but that does not necessitate that that's how the world around us was constructed.
Yeah, that's the explanation. That's the thing. That's the key word. The explanation. And the
when
explanation.
You say, Darth, when you say that logic is the method, that's not what the method is. That's the constraints on what's allowed by the method. Like, because the virtual reality and the real reality both
like the logic can change
the logical like dispositions, right? That's not the method. That's the constraints on whatever method is employed, right? So like
no, it is both. What the logic is both implementing what you can and cannot do.
But we see two different methods no matter what, because we have an immaterial mind that's causally efficacious and doing whatever it is doing to the real world. And then we have us making hardware that hosts a virtual reality. Those are clearly different methods, unless there's some way that you can like bridge them and then like reduce it to just logic. Logic isn't the method, it's the constraints on each method.
No,
yeah, it's a like, again, you're jumping like, you're not clearly laying out how you're like justifying the jump. Like you're jumping between, we have constructed a thing that we call a virtual reality, which is
Yes.
just an experience of pixels on a screen that is showing us an image, a thing that appears to look like an image and appears to look like a 3D like a sphere on pixels moving at thousands of frames per second, or like 60 frames a second, any like in with the refresh rate and everything. We have constructed this 3D reality the best way that we know how.
But what method was that? What method was that though?
Through like like I guess like very
Math and logic.
complicated math equations. Yes.
Yes.
That does not necessitate
a method.
okay, but I'm saying you're saying that's the method to make the virtual reality. How are you
Yes.
jumping from there to that would apply to the actual reality?
The thing what the premise 4 is asking is like it would be a performative contradiction to substitute the method with anything else, because to say, well, reality can be substituted, the method to generate reality can simply be substituted
But you're
with a
not
hot dog.
you're not commenting on any of these premises. You're not commenting anything on virtual reality. I mean, on actual reality. All of these are doing are showing like methods for how to create virtual reality. Like we know how to create virtual reality. We exist within a reality, and virtual reality is created through math and logic. And then you're inferring from that that that's the same method that's used to generate actual reality. But you're not. There's no premise here to make that jump. You don't have any
No,
premise here to do that.
but that's the thing. I don't need to make the jump because like there's no reason to think any otherwise. Like
Okay, wait.
why would I think
Wait.
otherwise?
Doesn't that imply that God's running a computer?
No, he is the computer.
No. We're not the computer. So we've already changed the method.
No, like
So now,
the
we're
analogy.
so just to describe God doing it, we've breached your standard for premise 4 that
Okay,
it's performative contradiction to change anything in the method. Well, the method that we're inferring from is our VR physical substrate computer virtual reality, right? So to change any aspect of that, we now are failing premise 4 by your standards, because
Yeah, and do you know
God
what an
must be
argument?
running a computer.
Do you know what an
No,
argument
look,
from ignorance is?
God is the computer.
Wait,
It's like
do you know what
We are
do
not
you
the
know
computer.
do you know what an argument from ignorance is?
yeah.
Yeah, so that's what premise 4 would be. There's no
No,
reason to think any other method would be used to generate reality. That's you just saying that you have like a hole in your knowledge and that you're filling that with God. You're just
no,
saying, "Well, I have no reason to think that," but you don't have any you don't have any way that you're substantiating any of this.
no, because it would be a performative contradiction to try to substitute the method with anything else.
What do you okay,
try to substitute the method with anything else.
wait,
It's
wait, wait,
gonna
wait. It
you
would wait,
can't
hold on. Actually, I'm gonna write. So you said
try to
it would
substitute the
be
method.
a
It would
performative. Wait, it would be a
contradiction.
uh
Performative
performative oh, fuck,
contradiction.
I still spelled that wrong. What the fuck? I feel like Monkey Boy right now. Contradiction. He does that all the time. It would be a
Try to
performative contradiction to try and
substitute the method.
fuck. I'm drunk.
No
The
worries, Mike.
method
With anything else.
with anything else. Okay. So when you say the method, what is that
Logic.
referring to?
Referring to
Okay.
logic.
Logic. So when you say it would be a performative contradiction to try and substitute logic with the method of logic with anything else.
What is logic
yeah.
method?
Yeah, I don't know. You said the method was logic.
So the method is logic, which is like the means to the ends, which would be
okay,
the generating of reality.
You're saying the method is not contradict yourself?
Like I'm saying you cannot like substitute the method with anything else because it would be a contradiction.
Right, for the method to be logic, tell me if I'm wrong, it's to not contradict yourself?
No, like if you substitute the method.
No, I know. When we're looking at the method that is referred to as logic, that means it is coherent, right? It is not contradictory. The states of affairs, the world.
Yeah, well the thing is like, yeah. It is like it is the process
Wait,
that is
isn't
being
this
done.
Then that's just a logically
trivial?
possible world. That's just a logically possible world. That's what we mean by like the widest modality.
No, when I say logic, the method here, that is the process being done to generate the reality.
Wait a minute.
Then you're begging the question. You're begging the question. You're saying that there had to be someone to have made that be the disposition the world has.
That's that's the explanation you're gonna have to admit. That's the explanation. That is the explanation you're refusing to admit.
So Josiah, this is the
I'm
this
not
is the
saying
broken,
it.
this is the broken
you admit
inference. Because there's agents who built, like, say, the physical substrate of the VR, or just built the VR or whatever, and they were doing logically possible things. That means that in a real reality, there has to have been someone who designed it. That's begging the question.
That's what he's saying. Yeah, that's what he's saying.
God.
No, look, God isn't making a separate computer thing which then later generates reality out of that computer. Why I keep saying the word method? The method is logic.
But you would have the like, if this is an argument for the existence of God, you would have to demonstrate that, and this argument doesn't do that.
Let me do that. Let me finish.
A coherent world.
Let me do it, man.
Logically possible. Okay.
Yeah, this is what you're not getting. You're conflicting the okay. The two things that we know that can do logic are computers and human minds. That's right.
When you say, what do you mean? What do you mean when you say do logic?
Do the process of logic, math.
And so, like, the only people that can calculate math, or the only beings that can calculate math equations, are humans.
Look, the only things that we know that can do logic are either computers or the brains that you're gonna say the minds of beings.
Okay.
Okay.
Minds of
we agree with
beings?
it? Yeah, that can include a monkey.
So just minds.
Yeah. So
Sure.
do we agree on that?
Yes, but you realize the problem you're again going to run into is you're conflating a virtual reality with the real reality. You're saying we see a virtual reality in the way that it's. Well, you're saying.
Yeah, hi guys.
You're
I hope
saying
my mic's not too crazy.
No, you're good. But you're saying that this is how a virtual reality was created. So then we can infer from that this is how the reality was created. And then we can infer from that if it requires a God. I mean, if it requires a mind, then it inquires like some sort of all-seeing mind that's instantiating out of reality. That's an inference you're not supporting.
Well, this is the bit that I was confused about, and that's why I've joined, despite the fact that I'm in the car. A virtual reality is a subset of a reality. Just because we can demonstrate how a virtual reality was built doesn't mean that it applies to a superset, i.e., reality in and of itself.
Yeah, right? That's exactly, almost verbatim, exactly what I told him. That this reality, or the virtual reality, is built inside of our real reality. It's built within the constraints of this real reality, and it's the only way that we can demonstrate what, like, when. Okay. Is a virtual reality the set of all things, or the sum of all things?
Only within that reality, the virtual one.
What do you mean by reality?
Reality, I would mean, I mean like the space and time.
The space and time.
Yeah, and everything.
So are we literally creating a space and time inside of a virtual reality?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, but in order for your rationale to hold, you would need to be able to. You would need to be able to give us an example of a virtual reality that exists independent of reality. Right?
In space is what to you?
We do. It would be the vectors.
The vectors? No, I'm saying what? How do you define space?
But the vectors.
The vectors.
Yeah.
So if I go online and I look up a generally accepted definition of space, it's going to say the vectors. The vast, nearly perfect vacuum. Well, that's space. Space, a period of time, a limited extent in 1, 2, or 3 dimensions. The distance from other people, or what? A limited extent in 1, 2, or 3 dimensions.
Yeah, that's what the vectors are.
Well, do you realize that you're viewing the VR, the virtual reality, inside of off of a 2D screen?
Yeah, but the vectors, the software does have a 3D space. There's a virtual 3D space.
No. Okay, there is that space. What do you mean by is?
Within that virtual reality.
Okay,
there
then
is those
that's not
vectors.
like an is like in reality. Like there's not actual spatial location in
Yeah,
that.
there's no spatial location.
you're-
The screen is not creating like the thing that's being created on screen is not a literal spatial location. It's not a place where I could literally go on a GPS or go on somewhere and type in the coordinates and literally go to. There's no
Of
like
course.
actual reality that is being
Of
created.
course not. Of course not, because it's part of that virtual reality. It's not really
Yeah,
out here in
but-
our reality.
But,
Yeah,
but
but
it,
we're
it's
not
not a reality
creating
in
a
the same sense that
literal.
reality is. It's a model,
Yeah, we're not
right?
we're not
It's a
literally
metaphor,
creating. We're not literally creating a space in a spatial location. We're not literally creating like some sort of like when okay, even if I granted you the space thing, which I'm not, I'm just saying even if I did that, how are we creating time?
Well,
Because
time
reality
is
is the space and time.
yeah. Well, the thing is, that time is just like it's gonna be relative. Like that's just like all rotations around the sun. So basically,
Okay.
it would just be
Well, no. That's how we measure time. That's not time
Yeah.
itself.
yeah.
Yeah,
Well, that's
the reality is
there is
space and time. We're not
no
creating
yeah.
like if anything, which I'm not granting you, but if anything, the only thing you would have here is the space. But even that, we're still arguing about that because it's not a spatial location.
You can
All
there, look.
reality is
There's no such
relative.
look. There's no such thing as a time dimension within our reality. When we say time, we're
Of
just
course,
talking about the measurements of the
Yes, but
rotation of
reality
the
is
Earth.
reality holds space and time. When you call it
Yeah,
a
as a
virtual look,
measurements.
I mean, without getting into like a just a physics discussion, like time, space, energy, they're all basically the same thing. You can't have energy.
You well, yeah, you could say they're modalities.
Mass without time.
John, you're cutting out real bad.
So
look, VR is a simulated experience that employs 3D head-mounted displays and pose tracking to give the users an immersive feel of a virtual world. Of a virtual world. So it's literally a simulated experience. It's not a recreation. It's a simulated experience. It simulates what it feels like to be in reality. It's not a literal reality. It's like a colloquial when they call it a virtual reality. That is a colloquial term. That is
Yeah.
not like a like.
I'm not saying it's a real thing, man.
Then I don't know how you're like.
Well,
it's extremely obvious to me that you're making like a huge jump between this is how a virtual reality is created and this is how actual reality is created.
It's literally just an equivocation. But
Yeah, look,
you've
Melon
turned it.
Pants. Melon Pants. Well, hold on. Melon Pants says in the chat, "This is so true. We know how action figures are made, therefore we know how humans must be made." Yes, exactly. That's the literal argument you're making.
Yes, this would be an equivocation.
I mean, if you're making,
but you labeled it. You labeled it. So now it's a conflation. Now you're telling us that they're not like that this inference is broken and that they're not identical.
Not
so
according
now
to math and logic.
Well, I don't know what that, again, I don't know what that means. Like they could be logically identical. Logically.
What makes
that doesn't mean that what supports them is identical.
No, it's what makes them identical is what is necessary. What is necessary is the method. So again,
Yes,
if you can't substitute,
okay, look, think about it this way.
Look,
Think
wait,
about
let me
it this
finish.
way. We think that the world came about
my God.
naturally, right? And
What does that mean?
We agree with the fact that the world is disposed to behave logically. We agree with you. And we see us as emergent agents from that physical natural reality, right? We would necessarily share traits with the logically, classically well-behaved reality because we emerged from it. So when you say that because like VR reality simulator type of apparatuses, whatever they're construed of, therefore our reality must have also, like, that doesn't follow at all. That's just begging the question that
it's
God
like
has
a fake look, Darth. It's a fake simulated reality
it doesn't help because like a virtual reality has infrastructure that is external to that reality, right?
I would say that reality has to be constructed by
okay,
mind.
Axel. Wait, Axel. What is generating that virtual reality? It is not. It's not. It's not because it's a property of the silicon. It's what the silicon is doing. That's the important part. It's what it is doing is what is
Yeah.
the magic here.
And that's
So okay,
contained inside of the world that we agree with you about.
Yeah,
We
look,
agree
it's
that this
wait,
world is
constrained.
supposed
Look,
to be
Hold
classical.
on, give me a second, man.
The virtual
Give me a
reality
second.
is created
I'm
inside
looking
of the physical reality.
Okay, now let me reply to Nobody on Fire. What he said, okay. When you say we know that the universe was created by natural means, it's begging the question.
No.
What are
Go
you
ahead.
wait, let me finish, man. What are you substituting here? That is the method isn't logic. What are you substituting logic with?
No.
Well,
Wait,
hang
even
on.
if it was
Hang on, can I just-
substituted with even if we substituted it in logic by logic, like, are you saying that like the things that we describe that are logical, are you saying that those are instantiated out with a mind? Like it requires a mind to instantiate the things that you're calling logic?
But hang on, what? Since when was logic?
Contradiction.
But since when was logic a methodology for the creation of the universe, natural or otherwise? Like methodology is a concept. Methodology is logic is a methodology or a concept that is human generated, and humans are a product of the existence of the universe. So how, if logic is a product of humans, how can logic logic? But my point here. No, we are imperfect observers, and the laws of logic that we have generated as humans are a byproduct of things that we observe within the universe. So if they are post the creation of the universe, they came into existence post the creation of the universe, you have a cause and effect problem, do you not?
Yeah, and not only that, you're also presupposing that reality came into existence in the first place. Like there was a place in which there was no reality, and then reality was instantiated, which you haven't justified that either. Like that like because reality could have. There's no logical impossibility in reality never being reality.
The laws of logic, they're a response. They're a reaction to what we observe. They don't create or cause what we observe. They're a descriptor of it. You're mistaking the map of the place. Like you wouldn't do that with you wouldn't draw a map of an island and go, hey, the map created the island. So why would you apply that standard to the laws of logic? It's fucking nuts, right?
The laws of logic are descriptions. They're descriptions of things that we experience in reality.
And observe and see, yeah.
So
but
we're just hold on. So let me clarify something I said earlier. When we say that a world is classically disposed to, it's disposed to behave in a respectful way towards the classical laws of logic, that is something we're all agreeing upon. And an atheist can just say that that's like an axiarchal, I can't think of the right word, truth. It's just simply how, like, look at how we.
I'm not gonna grant you logic. I'm not gonna do that.
No. Listen. So look at how we define a logically possible world. That means there's no contradictory states of affairs. And so for you to say, for you, an atheist, to have access to whatever the idea is of a non-contradictory world, you presuppose God. You're just begging the question.
Yeah, I mean, you're saying God did it. You're saying God did it, and then none of your inferences, like none of your arguments, like get you to that.
We do, because we acknowledge the method. The only method that gives you a virtual reality would be through logic. So I'm asking you,
when you say that presupposes the logically behaved world that the virtual reality machine was built in. We're mirroring the real world.
It's trying to simulate. It's trying to simulate the reality that is around us. It's not like we're actually creating. I don't know. It's a weird fucking argument.
How your laws of physics are validated with the math.
So, like, if your position that our reality isn't a product of the method of logic, what is your substitute? Because anything
okay, but this is just the impossibility of the contrary. This is still your burden of proof.
It's a performative contradiction.
No. We
What's
agree the
performative
world is
contradiction?
classically. We agree
The-
the
the
world is
reason-
classically well behaved. Why are you assuming there's an agent that did it?
Yeah, look, what is the actually? I'm actually curious. What is the performative contradiction?
In trying,
Okay.
including note anything.
It's a quantificational phrase. It
How
just
can
means
nothing? How can nothing have an ontology? It's like almost like you're trying to give an ontology to nothing.
Because
But that's
I
like a
wouldn't
defining characteristic of nothing is that there is no ontology.
because I wouldn't
it's
say
like
a
there
verb
is no x. There is
No,
no
look.
x such that x has these properties, and that would be something
Yes.
like
I would-
existence.
No,
Yes.
because
You're
I wouldn't
assuming it's
say
coming
look,
from
'cause-
nothing.
Yeah, because gravity.
It's
is
not
a
coming
thing.
from nothing. It's not look. It's
Ooh,
not
and what's
coming
it?
from. It's not coming
What's
from
it?
anywhere. It's not coming from anywhere. It's
No,
you're
for
saying you're assuming it's coming from this. It's not. There
Gravity-
is no thing it's coming from.
Look,
What's your
gravity?
semantic range of coming? Go ahead.
Gravity
Yeah,
is
so-
not a thing, but it's also nothing. Not to nothing. I mean,
What do you mean?
So-
Gravity is not a thing. Gravity is a thing that we
There's no
use to describe a force that is happening.
no, gravity is not a force. It's not. It's not. It's not.
Gravity
it's
is
not
the
a
description,
mass.
like the description that we use. If you
But
look
it's
up
not a
what
thing.
gravity is, what is gravity?
They wouldn't say it's a thing. So it's
Gravity
not
is
a
an
thing.
invisible
acceleration.
fundamental force. Hold on.
It's
Gravity is the
acceleration. Correct.
gravity is the invisible fundamental force of attraction that pulls
not a
objects toward each
force.
other.
It's not force. It's an acceleration.
It's literally called a weak force.
It's gravity is a force.
It's not.
But
a
it's
force.
it's
an
but it's similar.
just
It's
like-
similar to something like logic, where we actually use that to describe the thing in reality.
Yeah,
But
you're
these
doing
are
some
not
type of like
things.
scope fallacy. Like you're like saying like, oh, it's not a force in the same way as electromagnetic bullshit. Like that's just
no. The point.
it's not what
no, the
we're
point.
saying.
No, the point I'm trying to make that it's not a thing. It would fall under under the category of not a
Okay,
thing.
look, let's come back from
But
this,
it's
please, because I
also
think
nothing.
we are
Wait, this is important. I
very
think this is
deep.
important.
Okay,
I think this is important. I think you're going to say God doesn't exist because it sounds
No.
like you're playing this like hardball with like what it means to exist, and we're saying that in like an ontology room, and like now it's really rigid. Like, does the chair exist or just the molecules, right? And
No,
like you
you're
keep
putting
saying
things
that
in the wrong
gravity doesn't
category.
exist, and so it sounds like to
It
me
doesn't
it sounds like
exist.
to me,
No,
it sounds like what you have is
definitionally-
like this really high standard for the word exist. And I would like to know
Definitionally.
how I would
Yes.
like to know how gravity doesn't exist, which I assume means
Definitionally.
fields, which I
Mhm.
assume means fields
Let
don't
me-
exist.
Let me
But
tell
you
you.
would probably say the
Yes,
earth
I'll
exists
explain it
or
to you.
whatever. So how does God escape this like
Yeah,
super
definitionally.
strict
Yeah,
idea
I
of
can't, I
what
can't wait
exists?
to hear how the faceless,
yes,
timeless
definition-
entity exists.
Let me explain. Definitionally, gravity does not exist because it doesn't fit the definition. Do you know the definition for gravity?
Go no. What's the definition for exist?
To be within space and time.
So
Is
God
that
doesn't. Oh
force-
my God! So God doesn't exist.
No,
Jesus.
are you
Is
denying
God
that
within
definition?
space and
Look,
time?
You just
are
said
are you-
God doesn't exist. You just did
Are you-
exactly what I thought you were going
are
to
you-
do.
Reality is within
no.
space and
Wait.
time.
Is do you agree with that definition?
Sure, reality
Yes,
can
that
be
means
within
God
space and
doesn't
time.
exist.
Gravity is not
Well,
defined
gravity-
to be within space and time. So
Okay,
gravity, according
but
to you,
if
doesn't
God
exist.
would
Gravity-
wait, is God
gravity walks
within?
space-time, so-
Wait, hold on. Is God within space and time?
By this no, because that's
Yeah.
ridiculous.
So that means God is not in reality.
God
yeah,
doesn't.
you don't
exist.
think gravity exists either.
Wait, hold on. God is not in reality.
This is not
You
a
don't
God joke. God doesn't
you don't-
exist.
you don't
just
think-
admitted
you don't
God
think-
doesn't exist.
Yeah, you admitted you don't think reality exists.
Hold on.
I did not.
God
Yes, you
is
did.
God is not in reality. What are the
Do you
things
know-
that are not in
do
reality?
you-
Not
do you
existing
know-
things.
Do you know the definition of gravity?
Hold on.
I want to know if God exists. What is your
Not
definition of
In
existence?
reality.
You
Hold
tell
on.
me. Do you think gravity exists?
Wait a minute. I want to show you exactly what you did here for a second.
No, you're playing a definition
Well, hold
of
on.
word.
No, we're not. You're saying reality is within space and time. God is not in reality because he's not within
No,
space and time.
no,
And
exists
not in
means to be
reality
within
just
space and
means
time.
non-existent. So that means God is
Ex-
non-existent.
No, exists means to be within space and time.
Yes, is God within space and time?
Gravity is not within space and time.
Is God within
So
space and
you
time?
don't. So conclusion: you don't believe
Is
in
God
gravity.
God within space and time?
You don't believe in gravity existing. So
Is God?
what's that?
I could.
Oh, dude, is
my
this
my
what
entire
you're down-
worldview does not turn on gravity not existing, but yours does if God doesn't.
My God, look, what's more ridiculous? that you don't believe gravity exists?
Gravity not existing, but God not like I this literally, if you told me, look, gravity doesn't exist, I'd be like, oh shit, I guess it doesn't.
No,
I'm
not
gonna
by your
go about my day.
definition. Not by
No,
your
okay.
definition, man.
There's another thing here too. Because he's saying that even within the scope of space and time, gravity doesn't exist in that scope, and that's the only scope that it could exist in because of mass and space and
No, it
time.
doesn't.
And
No.
so he's saying that even in the context of reality, something like a force that we would describe, or like a disposition, that doesn't even get to exist. And so that means that like even God's energies couldn't exist in the world by his definition. So
Look
not
at your
only
definition.
does God fall out of the definition of existence, his own like dispositions that he puts on the world wouldn't even count as existent. So there's like literally no way to detect anything existent that brings you to God.
No, by your standard, gravity doesn't exist because
no one said that except
gravity,
you.
Look,
Yes, you do.
gravity is not.
We do.
Listen, gravity is not something within space and time. Rather, it is the warping
Exactly.
and bending. Hold on.
Exactly.
It is the
bending
warping
of space and time.
and bending of space and time themselves.
Exactly.
Oh my God.
So you
And
don't.
look,
So gravity
this
is not within
this
space
is my
and time.
point
So
that
you don't
you
think
totally
gravity
ignored
exists.
me. You totally ignored me for some reason, but I was trying to show you that there are different types of existence statements
It's
we
not
can
within
make.
space and time. That's the thing.
Are you listening to me?
You're not listening, man.
Hold on.
Did I sound like I was done?
What
You're not
definition?
listening.
Hold on. I want to ask him where are you getting this definition of reality?
No, the definition of exists means to be within space and time. To
So
say
no.
yes,
What?
it does.
What does it mean? What does within mean?
Within, inside.
Jesus Christ, that means everything, motherfucker. You need to listen to me.
Okay.
When we use the
You need to
existential
listen.
quantifier, there are many
Gravity
ways that
is
we
not
can
within
use it.
space and time.
We can be
It is
describing
of space and time. It cannot be
Listen
defined
to
to
me.
exist.
We can be
You're-
saying
look,
something
nobody
like
on
the
fire. You're
set
not
of
listening.
a dog.
Hold on, just let
What?
nobody go for a second.
Okay.
The existence quantifier can mean multiple things. When we are talking to each other and we say, go get
No, it's
the
subjective.
table. Are you serious?
That's what you're appealing to here.
Are you serious? Do you want to hear
That's
me
what you're
finish
doing.
my statement?
You're appealing
You
to your
can't track.
subjective definition.
You can't
man.
track more than 30 seconds. Just listen. What I'm saying is that there are different ways that the existential quantifier cashes out, and we can be hard about how we use it, and we can be restrictive, or we can be very soft about it. And
Got it.
oh my God. And acknowledge that we have a practical use of this soft usage of the existential quantifier. So when we say there exists a table in room A that we should move to room B, we aren't necessarily talking about, do we really think tables exist? Like the shape of a table, the idea of a table, the form of a table. No, we're not talking about that.
Nobody
I'm not done.
fire.
I'm not done. We're not talking about that
land
yet,
the
right?
plane, man.
In a normal context, we're going to say there's a table in the room. But when we say there is, we're making an ontic claim that maybe we're going to think about differently in the ontology room, quote unquote, right? So what I'm telling you is that you're sliding between this like weird sortalism into like a really heavy ontic claim.
Yeah, and I also have a question about this conception of exists. Like, would you say that like somebody like if they imagined like a unicorn inside of their head and like that they can clearly see that the unicorn unicorn exists?
So nobody on fire. Let me break
Okay,
it.
so you're not gonna
Let me
answer
make it
that?
easy. Let me answer nobody on fire first.
Okay,
Nobody
all
on
right.
fire. I'm gonna make it easy for you. When the definition, let's say the definition of exist means to be inside room A, and everything inside room A exists. But if gravity is not inside room A, but it's instead within the walls that make up room A, it doesn't exist by that definition.
Yeah, but that's just a definitional argument. Also,
yeah, what does it turn on?
That's what I'm saying. It's just a
definition.
It's just a definition and gotcha.
No. We need to explain some basic fucking physics here. If something exists in space and time, gravity is both subject to the confinements of three-dimensional space and time.
No,
gravity is limited. So gravity is limited by cause and effect, right?
No, there's
Gravitational
nothing
waves don't
there's
travel
nothing pushing on
instantaneously.
gravity.
They're constrained. But if they're constrained, but if gravity is constrained by both space and time, in which way does it?
It is
How does it
of
not
space
exist
and
within
time.
space?
It is not. This thing. It is
Oh my
not
God,
something that within space and time.
Look,
it is
it's
of space and time.
like
Wait, why are we even talking about
you're
this?
blatantly contradicting yourself, or you're either blatantly contradicting yourself or you're equivocating on exists, right? Because you're either
No,
contradicting
look, I'm just
yourself
calling
in
out
that-
your
hold
like
on.
definition.
You're either
Yeah.
contradicting yourself because you're like acknowledging that dispositions are real, and then you're saying that they're not real, or you are at least equivocating between exist because you're saying that there is existence outside of existence.
No, I'm being strict with the definition.
No, I addressed those two things I charged you with. What's your answer to those two things?
As
No,
Lady
you're
of
just
Fire
feeling
pointed out, you're
subjective.
not being strict with the definition. You are bending it out of shape in order to.
I am not bending.
in order
I'm
to
being
stick with
strict
submission.
because it doesn't